Good morning. Or other time, if it's not morning for you, pretend it's morning. It's morning for me. If it's morning for me, it's morning for everyone. That's uh that's how it goes, right? Here we are. Back in the zoo again. In the zoo again. I just love to be in the zoo again. All my life is being zooey with my friends. I just love being in the zoo again. That's kind of cool. You can like see stuff through these windows. Maybe I'll try to keep some of these windows visible. Well, these buildings don't have windows. Oh, this one does. So this one doesn't have any windows. It's just a boring building. But like the ones which actually have windows, I think I want to keep the windows as part of whatever structure I build for these. And the ones that don't have windows, let's just do a good old pause here. Some of them have, yeah, like these windows we're not really gonna be able to keep because this thing is here. Well, unless we move this thing. So like some of the windows are in like weird places. I guess like not all of these things need to stay in the places that they are here. I just kind of put them in chunks. Maybe we move them. Can't find accessible keeper hut with space. Isn't there a keeper hut like over here somewhere? Where do I put a keeper hut in? No, not. Yeah, there's a keeper hut right here. Maybe it's just because I moved it. Stop dancing. That's the keeper's name, of course. What do you mean you can't? Okay, yeah, it's just because I was moving it. Now they can get to it. So we probably need like keeper huts near every exhibit, right? Because they need to go there to get the food and all that junk. Makes sense to have one over here. Now these buildings are all just going to be really basic, really like boring buildings. Ah, this one's got little windows too. What's this meant to be? The workshop. Maybe we move this guy. Yeah, that works. We can delete this path. For some reason it's created this like... Why has it done that? Is it... It's probably because this thing's not on ground level somehow. We like change... Like then it's on ground level, so if we delete this path... Let's like move it again so that the broken terrain just isn't there. Put all these to like 0. There we go, now it's on ground level. No, it's still not. There, now it's on ground level, but it doesn't want to make its path anymore. Game, please. Oh my god, it's still not on ground level. Whatever. At least this bit will be like hidden inside the building now. Well, this stuff is floating as well, which we don't really want. Can we have flattened terrain selected? No. Doesn't seem to make it go on ground level. Now it's on ground level. Good. That's not what we want either. Wait, not that one. That one. There we go, nice. Okay, cool. This rock can't be here. Also, that rock next to it can't be there either. Whoop. Messed that up, didn't I? Do I really want this tree growing out of rocks? It's a bit wacky, doesn't it? I guess it's fine. We'll work on that bit later. We want to connect this guy up with the path. That bit. What if, like... fix this broken terrain here. Wow. So that little bit of it can't be fixed? Cool. Very cool. And now can we connect it up with the path? So, no, okay, that one is just permanently broken. I don't know. The game doesn't like that particular building there. This one also has a similar problem. Is this the quarantine? I hate this stupid grid system so much. Let's put that there. Okay, good. See if we can cut that out. Maybe a little bit smaller. Oh, I suppose the ground here isn't like perfectly flat. That explains a lot. I mean, we don't want the ground to all be perfectly flat. It looks silly when everything is like perfectly flat, doesn't it? Okay, so I wish you could just set it so like the grid is always at that smallest size, instead of having to like constantly set the size small again. So this would be good, right? Because, well, it would be good if this wasn't like this weird hill. Important alert requires attention. Can't find the keeper thing. Don't worry, I believe in you. I'm sure you can find it. It has not been moved very far. I think we kind of need to flatten. Oh, you can't flatten out when the building is there, of course. Of course, the game doesn't let you do anything when there's an object, an interactable object nearby. Okay. Let's do something like this. I guess maybe it does make sense for this like little staff area to be flat. Or flatter. Even if like most of the park shouldn't be so flat. Yeah, that's alright. Why does it want to connect there? Oh, because there's like a little knob there. Oh, no. There we go. Oh, I like that actually being straight there. Much better. We're gonna have like a road, I think, that I want to put over the top, like if I can find... I'm sure there's asphalt pieces, so ideally we would do that. There we go, so these guys can be like that. Maybe this guy could also be like that. Just need to put these little sliders down again. So that way they've all got windows, they can all look out. You can just have like a thin building here with some doors and windows. This guy's also got windows. Maybe this should just be like one big long building. want it to have like this in the middle somewhere. So it'll be like this shape. That would be the shape of the building. This guy can go over here, I guess. This one doesn't have any windows at all. That building has windows. But is there any reason? Oh, you know what we could do? We could like stick this guy here. Okay, there. And then this guy can go here. And we'll have like a big non-window bit of the building, and then a little corner bit on it, which has a window. So let's look at asphalt. And that doesn't look like asphalt. It's too like. And also, it doesn't look at all like a road. Okay, let's look in flat pieces. Oh yeah, I have added a couple of mod things, and by a couple I mean literally a couple, just two. I've added some like, this is part of it too. I just found some mods which add extra little pieces and stuff, which, you know, you can never have too many pieces, can you? So it'd be fun to play with some of those. Oh, look at this thing. That's cool. I like these. Typical floor. My favorite wood. Ooh. This is a much nicer thatch. Thank you, mod, for adding. Oh, and that's a cool wood. It's just the wooden parquet floor. Sensible name for it. But man, this thatch looks so much better than the in-game thatch with this like that color. This just looks. I guess this one also looks good. What's the other? There's another thatch in game. There's this one. This one looks just not very good. Nah, it looks alright. The flat version of it looks alright. Some of the sloped versions of it look kind of meh. Ooh, look at that. Yeah. Well, it doesn't seem like there's anything appropriate. It's like trying to look, see if there's anything that like has a texture that will look kind of like asphalt if we change the color. Maybe this guy. We like make it dark. That's kind of asphalty, I guess. It's a bit too shiny. Ooh. Oh. What? Oh, this is the thing I made. This is... Yeah, I saved this blueprint so I can make glass hexagons whenever I want. I forgot that I did that. I'm like, man, I feel like an idiot for making a glass hexagon, but then I realized that was the glass hexagon I made. I just forgot that I'd saved it. No, that one's bad. Maybe it's concrete. Does that look? That probably looks the most like. No, it looks too smooth. Most of these things, like, maybe the mud if we put it in dark. Looks a lot like the plaster. Painted. I think the plaster probably is just the best one. it makes sense that you'd be like driving, you know, the keepers and stuff will be driving little buggies around, right? Exit that. Let's move the whole thing. It's just like lined up with this fence. We need to edit this guy. Like, maybe I could just get like some kind of like trim line or something. Ooh, skull. Trim. Not that one. Oh, that's actually might be alright. What if we... Now I'm gonna have to like manually position this. Crap, I don't need to manually position this part of it though. That bit should be done this with the thingy on. That actually looks pretty much right. As long as it's lined up at each end. Which we can't really tell because it's not quite right in the angle. Oop, that's not the arrow. This is the one. There we go, that's pretty good. And we'll make this like some kind of like dark brown. It's wood, right? Oh, that'll actually. You don't want a random rotation on. I guess this like bit of rock here kind of need to move away a little bit, so it wouldn't make sense. Like it wouldn't be able to rotate the way it was there. Terrain, paint, short grass. Don't want any like bits, like tucks sticking through here. I think mostly it just paints short grass around paths, but for some reason that bit didn't have it painted on. Okay, so we'll do that. That looks pretty much right. I guess probably shouldn't stick out that much, like, but it looks better sticking out that much. So I'm gonna leave it sticking out that much. We'll have to manually position each of them because these two things are not at like any kind of sensible angle to each other. Accidentally rotated the wrong rotate. Can't be having that. That's the one we need to press. Boom, 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 boom. We kind of want like the intersection to be halfway through-ish. There should be easy enough to get the angle right. Right-ish. Doesn't need to be like perfectly aligned, just needs to be almost perfectly aligned. There we go. Now those look like actual gate doors and not just like random bits of fence that are intersecting the thing. Maybe it would look good to have like some of this on the top as well. I don't know. I think it looks good just having it on the bottom. And we will edit this guy. Blam. That's not what I meant to do at all. Blam, 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 blam. Oh. Cool. We're not going to be able to fix that without moving this, are we? Terrain. Flatten. So still sticking up a little bit. It is. God's sake. God's sake, game. You can't see any Z fighting at all on there, really. It's too dark. Man, why game? I'm gonna have to like delete this path, aren't I? Like all this path here and replace it. Because the game does not let you terraform near paths at all. The game hates it when you try to terraform near a path. Here, I should put the path in again first. We need max width. There we go. There we go, that works. Put that back in. Nice. Alright, I kind of like that this is gonna have like a little bit of a like jagged edge to it. Just like some rocks or something, or like... I mean, this building will stick into that a little bit. Go over the top of it. But that's alright. Perfectly fine. Then we'll copy this building. Can we do that? Can we just like duplicate the whole building? We can. No, but it doesn't duplicate it at the same height. It's weird that it decides to put it at a completely different height when it duplicates it. Kind of defeats the purpose of duplicating it in the first place, but cool. What's that? Just like, yeah, there we go. Maybe there should just be like a little like footpath on either side of the road, or maybe just on one side of the road. So it's like a narrow, like wide enough, I mean, gap there for like a narrow footpath. Oh, there is a bit of Z bunny actually. We're gonna need to use panels. This panel. Is it called plaster? Plaster wall floor. Do they not have panels? Or is it... Oh no. The plaster wall doesn't have panels. Hell. Oh, it does have panels. They're just like not showing up here. Or am I dumb? No, they're not showing up here. Where are they? What section are they in? Oh, they're in the wall decorations section. Are they always in that section, or maybe they're just always in that section? I'm being dumb. I thought panels were in a different section to that. What's this guy? Oh, some kind of grid piece. Well, that's a grid piece too, but it's like a really narrow one. What if we like... No, that doesn't work. Looks right, doesn't it? That doesn't look like it's like sticking out at all. That looks good. Maybe we don't have all the doors, like... look at that. We're gonna have to put something in here to like cover that. Some little panels at the ground here that will color like blue. Oh. We're not going to be able to select these after I put them down because the game hates that kind of thing. What's the color of this? Try to like get the same color as that. It's close, isn't it? Maybe it's like needs to be a bit like on the bluer end of the cyan. I mean, you're only going to be able to see this bit here through... Oh, that's close enough. You're only going to be able to see this if you look through the window of this building. So it's pretty minor detail. It's gonna... It will look like really stupid if you can see grass through the window underneath the thing. But it won't look quite as stupid if it's just like a couple steps. With the same color as the regular floor. They intersect stuff in a little bit of a silly way in places, but whatever, it looks fine through the window. Is there like more? This whole... Why does it do that? Why is it gonna do that? This building just doesn't have a floor, but this entire floor is... it's grass. Should this have the same flooring color as the other one? I guess it should. I don't know what color floor this building is meant to have. But, I'll go with that. I guess this building is also going to not have a floor, thanks to grass. I know this one has a tiny bit of floor over here, which is a different color. It's like blue, but darker. I guess it's like a blue that matches those. That's a nice blue, actually. It's alright, but this is not like perfect in here, since you'll barely be able to see it at all. But it does at least cover up the fact that there's this Just stupid grass poking through. Oh yeah. So inside every building with a window, you get like grass poking through the bottom, unless you, I guess, unless you build it on perfectly flat ground. Sure, that works. And the only other place with no, this one is on flat ground, so it's got no grass sticking through. That's good. Just these four which had the grass sticking through. So that's the keeper hut. The research center. Wait, we don't have power in this area? Does this one not transfer its power to there? Surely that's enough power. Like, it can't reach from there to there. I don't believe that. It's probably just needs to be like put in play mode and then paused again. No power. Is this thing like turned off? We need facilities, utility, transport. Oh, what the? Why is the range on these things so tiny? Can we just like, look, we can put one inside underground here, right? And make it access through like just a little door in the wall of the tunnel. Why does it do that? The path. Who knows? Put it like here. I'm gonna have to edit the tunnel right now. Wait, there's a whole category for doors. We only want the door bit once. Nope. Being pushed out of the tunnel. Tried to get a better view. That was a foolish move by me. Blam, blam. Blam, blam. Blam, blam. Blam. Just a little like standard, boring door. It's mostly lined up. Actually, that seems pretty much lined up. Thing. Okay. I suppose we should put a little sign there too, shouldn't we? Wall sign. Faculty sign. Facility sign, rather. Faculty. We're not building a like a university or something. It's weird there's no like power station sign, isn't it? Shouldn't there be? Maybe there's like a lightning bolt. How does this guy look? It's a bit big. They need like, you know, like proper, the kinds of signs that you would get in real life, like high voltage signs and stuff like that. Maybe I can find a pack of those on the Nexus. We'll just put one of these guys in to, it's upside down. I guess it can go anyway, can't it? I think that's the way it's meant to go. Maybe it is nice next to it. Oh, we'll make it like black with yellow. So that makes it look kind of like it's do with lighting? Well, like electricity. Maybe this one actually. No, it looks like a virus. Yeah. Apple. Let's do that. So there we've got a little like power thing in there. That's a tall tunnel, isn't it? You can barely even notice it at all. We do need to do like the interior of that tunnel as well. Yep, we need to fix up that. Select a bunch of this. Creepy. It's what? I'm not going to bother having like a path on the side of it. I'm just going to go back to where's my panels? Master. Find some like, yeah, here we go. The perfect panel piece to fit in there. So line it up exactly right. It's like a tiny lip there. That looks right, doesn't it? Back in now. Okay. Blue, give me blue. Oh, I know. Well, I think I know what will make this easier to place. We delete all of this stuff that I just put down just then. Make sure these are actually right. The texture on it, like especially like the specular map, doesn't perfectly line up. Yeah, now we can just use the grid to put it down and have it line up perfectly every time. That bit I'll come back to. Okay, let's put down more than that, more than 2 pieces at a time. Making such a long road. Something like that. We'll worry about these corners when we want to worry about the corners. Probably. Maybe we can line up the whole group so that at least one of the corners, like this one, I'd say, we just want to be like a straight intersection. So we could line that up so that is just straightish like that. Then this one, whatever, like that can be moved anyway. Doesn't need to be where it is. This one does need to be where it is. And this whole area, I'm gonna leave just for now. I don't really know exactly what the plan is for it. I never name the stuff, do I? I always just like leave it as Route 83. Is that? Just put the grid size down so we can position this properly. Then we can put it back up. But blocking this junk in. I don't know exactly how this is all going to meet up here either, so we'll just have the road go like whoop, whoop. And maybe we'll make it do a bit of a corner turn so it's more appropriate for cars or like little buggies. Oh yeah, I think we have little buggy guys. Or like general props. I think one of the things I downloaded has a general prop. Oh, we got these little jeeps now. The pattern on them is a bit much. Oh yeah, and oh, it's just like a reskin version of this jeep. I'm sure there's like a little golf cart. Right, buggy in there, that's the rickshaw. Golf. Car. Buggy. What's another name for those little golf cart things? Maybe I didn't actually download that one. I looked at a few, not all of them were updated for the current version of the game, which is version 1.8. There is a mod that someone had made, which makes it so there's a mod someone had made that makes it and just start a sentence, don't finish it. That makes it so that like parts and barriers and things don't complain about being obstructed. Ooh, it's a cool fence. Don't be recolored. Alright. So unless you want that exact like rusted metal look, it's not very useful. Yeah, but unfortunately that mod is not updated for the current version of the game. Yeah, we could have some buses. Caleb and AJ, hello. Welcome. Kind of makes sense to have a bus somewhere. Maybe we'll have some like bus parking over here. I'm just going to put a bus over there. We can come back to that if we want. What's this? Ferry. I think that probably doesn't make any sense to have. What's this guy? Gravel. Ooh. Gravel could be useful. Texture on it's alright. Could be good for doing like a kind of almost like Japanese Zen garden or something. Maybe we'll do that. We have all the East Asian pieces. Could be cool. Interesting. Yeah, I don't think I got the one with the golf cart in for some reason. We'll probably just like put in these things as the cars for them to drive around. Can these be recolored? Oh, they can be fully recolored. Make it bright yellow. No. It's like a reasonable color for a car to be. Most cars are like black or white, really. This thing probably wouldn't look very good in white because it's so scuffed up. Do it black or like brown. Maybe brown makes sense for a zoo car. Kind of like tanny, grayish brown color. Maybe a like a almost khaki kind of color, like a dark khaki. That makes sense. Oh yeah, you got a tank. Tanks are always red. Everyone knows that. Seat color. Seats are usually black. Dashboard color. I guess we can experiment with that. Having like a like wood colored dashboard. Like this car is from the 70s. Probably would be. It looks like it. It's a pretty old, crappy looking car. Probably is from the 70s. We don't need to be editing any group when we put this down. I'm just going to put it over there. Wait, is this part of the group? It's split from group. European coach. Wait, why can't it be placed there? Oh, that's off the edge of the map. Okay. Can this be color changed? Yep, fully color changed. Nice. You might mess with that at some later point when we. I guess we can just have like an imaginary. We'll just have to imagine that like a road continues out this way, because there is no road, and there never will be, since you can't edit the outside of the map. Maybe there's some kind of like thing that you can do to be able to edit outside the map. I'm going to imagine that you can't. Although like the trees and stuff look like they're the same. So maybe there is a way to like get props out there. Oh yeah, this stuff's just floating here because it's waiting to be used somewhere else. Yeah, tiger habitat is so good. I mean, it looks a bit weird when it's on pause mode because you kind of the animations play, so that when you unpause it, it looks normal again. The rapids are all flowing. Nice. All those errors have gone away. That's good. Means all these buildings are happy. So I was thinking, well, we need to fix this bit too. I wish it didn't put the axes all the way down there. Makes it a little tricky. To line it up. Perfectly so. Which is weird because it should be perfectly lined up this way, shouldn't it? Because I copied it from there. I guess it is. Why does this side look like it's not then? No, it's because of the texture, right? It's because of the way it like plops down on the side. But why is that one lower than the one next to it? Oh, it's not lower, it's just the texture being annoying again. Yeah, we're not going to be able to use the sides of these blocks. They do not play nice. Okay, we're going to have to lower this one down by a pixel. So it's not Z fighting. Can we get... It's about as good as we can get. Like, from any reasonable distance, it looks just perfectly fine. Only if you like super zoom in, you go, oh wait, there's a tiny seam there. Which is okay. So I want like a little car park in here. Maybe we'll have copy group 82. That thing. Exit out of that, and then we can precise move it to the. Yeah, we need to fix the vertical alignment as well. Because when you copy a building, it doesn't copy where it is vertically. For some reason. Right, I can see that we're going to need to do some flattening. Just a little bit of flattening. Most of this is already flat. Terrain, flatten. Oh, that copied the whole building. I didn't want to do that. Nice. Nice. Now I can build a little like car park here. Maybe the entrance would be better like over this side or over this side, or like this. And it probably doesn't need to be this big. Like how many trucks are they actually going to need to have? Making me up. We can't select that while we've got this selected. I think we can add this to it. There we go, we can. I guess that's just, yeah, that's touching it. Now we probably barely need any of these, right? Like this thing is way too big. Like how many have we got here? 7? I reckon 14 of these would be enough for all the staff to drive around the place, surely. Like most of the time they're just going to be walking around, aren't they? You only need these when you're carrying a bunch of stuff. So maybe I'll make it like a weird shape. This. Wheel those over here. We're gonna have to randomize them a little bit, aren't we? Like, pretend we didn't see that. Bunch of floating cars. I'd love like a little like random nudge thing. No, it's not that one. It's that one. Of course it's that one. Like a little nudge angle button. But such a thing doesn't exist, so we're just gonna like nudge all the angles and positions a little bit manually. Oh, it's not parked too well, is it? The bike got it in at quite the angle. Maybe because this guy parked too far over. I guess some of them have been like reversed in on the side too, whereas others have been like parked in. Okay, let's like reverse this guy in. Probably not go that far. 2 of them reversed in. We should just copy over how I've done those ones on this side, because we'll then adjust some of them a little bit, but mostly leave them the same. I think we want more reversed in ones on this side. There we go. Bunch of cars parked in there. I wonder if we can put some kind of like muddy decal or something on the ground. Surface moss. Change the color of that. Make it like brown. Surface dirt. Oh yeah, that works. Although we're gonna need a bunch of these things. So they're only like bigger decals. Not really. Made for putting on walls, I suppose. It looks kind of like a bit of dirt or oil or something. I suppose we do random rotation on them. I'll do like a bunch of this kind, and then I'll do a bunch of some other pattern of it. Yeah, this one's like really dirty. Maybe like some like streaks where they're like tripping in. Okay, we won't want random rotation for these because we need to line them up with the wheels. How many of these do I really want to do? How much level of detail do I want in here? Like, because I could have like so much detail, it would probably be too much. It would definitely be too much, the amount of detail I'm trying to do. Oh, whatever. It's not very noticeable, but it's not meant to be super noticeable. In some lightings, actually, it's like way more noticeable than in others. Let's go back to random rotation to do some of this stuff. Just like slap them all around the place. These like messy zookeepers just getting dirt everywhere. Someone's gonna have to come in and clean that. Or maybe they're not. I guess nobody comes in and cleans that, and that's why it's so dirty in here. So we're definitely gonna have to have like a whole bunch of like tire marks, basically, like going like from the entrance in different directions. All like the different ways the cars go to park in here. All the different ways they go to get out. Oh man. Wait, what? Why is it up and down sometimes? I have to also add like some different colors of dirt in. Lay it on top of something. I should have made this so big. Look, let's delete some of these, and then it would be less effort. Like, we'll delete all of this. We don't need that many trucks anyway. Let's get rid of this guy entirely. Now we can like put a couple of trucks like over here too. Trucks, they're not trucks. They're like jeeps. Yeah, no, they're not big enough to be trucks. Well, depending on what you call a truck. Sure, for some people that's, you know, there's no like size limit for a truck or something in some dialects of English. Like Americans call anything, they call like a ute a truck, I think, like a pickup truck. Although maybe they don't, like maybe they only call it a pickup truck. They don't call pickup trucks in general. I don't know. And does anyone, like, does the UK people call anything a truck? Because they call what I call a truck a lorry. Who knows? I have to make this like slightly more interesting shape by cutting out a bit of this, replacing that with like some. We are going to have like an edge to this thing as well. Where would it? Yeah. We don't have any of the panel pieces actually in selection here. Yeah, in this building, because we didn't need them. Just get that positioned nicely. This guy looking good. Still got a rotation on there. Big mistake. Huge mistake. Possibly the biggest mistake of my entire life. But not actually. Made way bigger mistakes than that, even on stream. Definitely. That was perhaps one of the smaller mistakes in my life. Not the smallest though. I'm sure I've made smaller mistakes. Well, maybe. Maybe I haven't. Maybe every mistake I've made before that was either of exactly the same magnitude or like worse than that one. Does this one not Z5? I see any. Oh yeah, it does Z5. I'm gonna say I don't see any Z5ing happening. But then I saw some Z5ing happening. Yeah, now there's less like area to cover in dirt. We'll have like some like trees and stuff just in here. I'll finish these buildings and things before I do the borders and that stuff. And that's pretty good so far. We'll get some more dirt and stuff in there after we do some other junk. We've got our like truck parking area. And I feel like maybe we get rid of like one or two of these. Maybe move this guy so he's out. Or like this. Or some of these like decals now don't really belong. Have to be moved so that they're in line with where the truck's wheels actually are. Like this one. Well, not quite like that, but similar to that. Shadow makes it really hard to see whether this is even in the right spot or not. Now it is. It doesn't really make sense that they park like that, does it? So you like go whoop, whoop, or whoop, whoop, or maybe this one in here can be more like they can go in like a bit of a circle here, like semicircle. There's no lines or anything. It's not like some kind of like proper car park. It's just the zookeepers parking wherever they can find a space to park. This one will be like right up in the edge. It's like, oh man, these idiots all parked too far away, so they had to like squeeze in. Maybe we'll have like a big pile or something here, like a pile of pallets or something like that. They're pallets. Sure, there are pallets. These are pallets. What other what things can we put on the pallets? There's some like sacks, right? A bunch of sacks on. They're like animal feed sacks or something like that. Maybe bean crops. It's a tent. Just some crates. That might be good. This is just like the tea crate, but with the tea decals taken off it, which I like a lot. It makes it more generic. They've just stacked like a bunch of boxes and things over here. Let's do it. Another tent. Some presents. Why would there be presents? There wouldn't be. Doesn't make any sense. So there won't be. A big bell. A bucket. Watermelons. Always watermelons. Rope coils. And nothing else in this section really works, does it? just use some more crates, and we'll get the sacks. The only problem with the sack is you need to rotate it all the way down to be able to place it on these things. So by default, it's just standing upright. Manually positioning all these sacks. Should we play with my sack live on Twitch? Yeah, moving that sack around. Just plopping the sack over here. Put that there. Move this back a little bit this way. A little bit like even like this then. There we go. Just a bunch of sacks sitting on there, and we'll just put one over here too. You try to rotate it using like the standard rotate function instead of the advanced one. Then it rotates it all wrong way. Oh, I want to reset rotation. Just trying to hit the tick that's right next to that button. What a misclick. Actually, move this more like that. There we go. Bunch of junk sitting on there. Maybe that's why this one's parked there. It's like they're loading junk into the back seats of it. It seems weird that they have seats at the back instead of like just a spot to load things in. I suppose these are meant to be like safari jeeps. They don't really have any proper work vehicles in the game. So these are all part of different groups. We should probably start what a building is built on top of them on its own grid anyway. An entirely recolorable wall. But this is like background stuff, right? Staff buildings. They probably should just be made of breeze blocks or something like really boring like that. There's going to be like very basic structures. I think we'll just have like the one door, or maybe like two doors into it, and then I suppose there need to be doors at each of these spots, because otherwise the stupid people will, like the AIs will just walk straight through the walls. Where's the old? That should do it for us, eh? What? Oh, okay. Apparently this building is going to have to be attached to another building. Yeah, exit that. I think it's just because it's so hard to click somewhere with this without the game deciding it wants to add it to another group. Just gonna have to do something like this. There we go. Okay, now let's edit this. Breeze block, door. We don't really need these like door frame things actually. The door frame doesn't even line up with the in-game doors, so what's the point of using it? we'll leave gaps for where the windows are. Figure out what we're doing with those. Probably we'll have like low bits and then some stuff around them. Some like panels or something to Sure. No. What about like these guys? Are these guys like made to be the right size for the windows? Not really. Oh, kind of. As long as the window is actually aligned with the grid. But that window over there is not. Maybe we'll just not have that window visible. Yeah. Well, only one of these windows is actually aligned with the grid, which is that middle one. It's not really any way to line them up, is there? Except for by making the building like way bigger. You see, that's like as close as it will let me put these things, I think. Okay. We'll have to do it like this. No. Yep. Yep. Just like line this up, put it like a single pixel in so that it's not like Z fighting. I suppose like the edge there won't be perfectly lined up with the bricks, but that's fine. Something like that. We'll work out the exactities of it. Exactity. That's the word now. Later. Panel. Let's do that in this so that we can get it on the exact same plane. Sure. Is that not good as that fight at all? It's not. Nice. Oh, wait, no it is. Yeah, we are getting this right. Push it just like one more pixel back again. Nice. Oh wait. These don't want to be that high, do they? They can. We'll just put it low, put it into the ground. That works. And then we'll do something similar over here. The building can be a little bit wider than things inside it. That's fine. Oh. That's kind of interesting. Like, man, this edge is going to be perfectly sticky outy. Obviously, like, these bits don't actually work here. Because that's just not how things go in this suit. Stuff doesn't just work. We're not taught how we can't make a thing that just works. We don't have that skill. But these ones will just work because for some reason like that's the building which this is perfectly lined up with. Nice. All the others are going to need to be done. Just like this. Put it inside and stuff. Yeah, okay. I sure hope there's some kind of like. Wait, that bit doesn't need to be like that. That bit can be like that. I sure hope there is some kind of like breathe block pillar that just fits on these ends. There is. Yay! Yay! Is it not rotated right or something? Is there any rotation where it looks where it fits with the other things around it? Probably not. No. That looks like pretty much right, doesn't it? The amount of sticky outy it's doing, which ideally should be no sticky outy at all. Yeah, it works. Let's do this one, because this one wants to be lined up on one of those axes already. So it just makes sense to. Yeah, the game just like did a little like lag spike, which made me scared. I'm gonna make sure I save, because we have been working for it like an hour and 20 minutes. Wouldn't want to lose all that, would you? Basically had it. There we go. Do we need one on any of these other corners? Or no, the other corners are okay. Sweet. Now we just gotta fill in like those other bits and like figure out the roof and stuff like that. This guy. Oh, I thought that window would be aligned with the other one, and it was. Huzzah! Oh, that's a problem. But not a problem that we can't solve, right? Oh. We could do it with like a bunch of pillars, maybe? I guess this is the way we're going in this area. Maybe we can do some like wood panels or something. Like decorations, like have some vines grow out the wall or something to make that look less bad. I don't think that's low enough there either. So these will have to be a little out of alignment with each other. Or not. Because it looks dumb if they are. So maybe like that. I guess it's gotta be like that. Yeah. Okay, fine. That's gonna work. Well, this one will work over there at least. It's a shame there's no like thinner panel piece than this one that's still like oriented the same way. And that works. That works perfectly, but like this doesn't work. I suppose this works, but we have a bit of wall sticking through there, which should be visible. You know what actually lines up fine with like the interior of there, so luckily that does also kind of work. Oh no, should have. That's fine, I'll just line it up manually this bit. Probably needs to be lined up slightly differently to the other bits anyway. That's a shame that there's... How does it line up on the bit that does line up with it? Oh, there's a gap on that one as well. But it's like a different size gap. Oh, look, there's just like... The cutout includes like a tiny slither of that. Oh. You know what? This whole group could also be moved up very slightly. Or down very slightly, rather. So that those ones line up perfectly, at the very least. Then the other things will line up ourselves. There'll be a roof on top, that'll be fine. Yeah, these other bits will figure out a way. Probably going to have to put some like frame around the windows. Okay, fine. Play a different song to the one I was singing. Any of these? I don't think any of the panel pieces will work here. Might just have to do more columns. Works well enough. Let's get this transmove tool in. Too hard to try to position these things without the advanced move tool. Perfect. So this side's all pretty much done. This side needs a tiny bit more done. But not much. It needs like this bit done, copied over to this side. That's it. Just need to position it right. Actually, that's kind of right already, isn't it? Right enough. Or should we do it like that? Cool. Luckily, like the front side where we're not going to be putting any these we're not going to be putting any like clamps and things to cover up this side, and this side just looks kind of fine. I don't want to type in the letters D and S. Thank you, game. Kind of door is good. Take some doors like this. It's very boring. Standard doors. Maybe slightly nicer doors that are still boring. Yeah, that seems good. So you align that with the actual door so that when the people are walking through it, they look like they're walking through where there's a door. They won't open it or anything, but it looks better to have them walk through a door than to have them walk through just a solid wall. At least I think so. There you go, bunch of doors along there, so that whenever they're walking into one of these, they go in a door. Maybe if we can just get some brick in those spots, because now that I've like changed this a little bit, the spots in there are really small. Oh, let's call them sprees. That kind of covers it up enough, doesn't it? That bit doesn't need to be covered up at all. This bit does. This bit does. Oh, and also these bits need to be fixed. Just a little bit of column in there will do the trick for that. And a little bit more of this guy. That's a look without the thing selected. These guys don't really like being right next to each other for some reason. Yes, they're just like slightly too close. What if we just push them apart a little bit? to actually cover this area a little better as well. So maybe this is a great idea. It's here. Yeah, this is a great idea. It doesn't really cover anymore. Moving that one. This kind of makes it look like, I don't know, there used to be bigger windows in here and they just built over them. Or maybe like they thought there would be bigger windows and then there weren't. Like they plan to have bigger windows and they're like, oh wait, no, the glass we got in was only this size. I'll just brick it up with the spare bricks that are like the wrong size. Makes sense. And what kind of roof do we want on this? Flat roof or like a just some kind of copper roof? Corrugated and rusty corrugated iron. Probably just corrugated metal though. It would make sense. We'll just do like a roof. Where are the here's the corner pieces? Good size and height. Let's do that with so that we can position them where we actually want them. Now why game why? Let's make the roof its own building so that we can position it exactly where we want it. With the precise movement tool. No. It's its own building. What's that? No, that's the Hopefully we can get this to actually all just work. There must be like the piece which is meant to line up here, right? The like single. I say there must be. There's no evidence that this game has never given me any evidence that there must be any piece. Like just because a piece makes sense to exist doesn't mean it will. Seems like we're in that boat again. Are there any like the bits, like trim bits, flat bits? Does it have like? No, it has these guys. Oh, these are meant to like stick down at the bottoms. A real standard cheap tin roof. Well, I guess it's tin. I don't know. These things are usually tin, right? Or maybe they used to always be tin and that's why all the expressions are about tin roofs. But nowadays they're not tin anymore. We'll make the top bit flat. It seems like the game doesn't have the right piece for the joining spot in there. Try and make the why is it? Oh wait, why is it got like a seam? It's alright. We'll just use some of these trim bits to cover the seam. No, not that kind. Not that. This this one? Is this the only size of this they have? There's no like corner bit. There's no corner of this, is there? There's these. Maybe. What if like we do that? Then don't know, the fridge will work. Ends up with like a weird little gaps still. Is there no corner of the fridge piece? Why do they do this kind of thing to me? Why does this game hate me so much? There's no corrugated. Oh, there's this thing. Is that recolorable? We try to like make something out of just panels. Oh, that's a completely different kind of corrugated roof. Not corrugated metal. Never mind. Game. Sometimes this game. Well, if we just like stick some of this in here, then we've only got the one bit on the ends here that we need to really worry about. Like figuring out how we're gonna make it all meet up. Is there not? Definitely isn't an end piece, is there? I don't understand why they would make it so there's no end piece in the game. I need to look at every piece because it seems so illogical that there'd be no end piece at all. Like, am I just missing something? Is there an end piece and I'm too dumb to see it? So is that? That's like a different angle, isn't it? So it doesn't meet up straight with that either. Which means still... It's like making a roof in The Sims. Nothing is designed to work with anything that's more complicated than just a flat. Or like a perfect triangle roof. Like this isn't even a complicated roof that we're trying to make. We're trying to make it like a fairly simple roof shape. Right, so we need to get these guys back in, I think. So they help the sides to line up, look okay. Maybe I'll just like use some breeze blocks or something. Or, like art shapes to fill in the gap. Can we use like plastic art shapes, like some of these rectangle things to, or just like recolor them to fill in these spots? I think we might have to just do that. It needs to be like white, and not white, like grey. Probably not going to be able to get the right colour. Something like that. It's probably like a slightly... If it's got any colour, it'll be slightly blue, right? It's like close enough. We have to get the angle right on there. It's not gonna work. But maybe if we use a bigger one. Then it will work better. We can just kind of ignore the shape of that one a little bit, just go over the top of it and have this like rise from here. We're gonna need this to go in like 15-degree increments or something. We're just gonna have to. Surely. There's like an equivalent of that. Yeah, that's it, right? Okay, that's not it. And that's not it. It's like between those two. That can't be right. That must. It is right though. I guess this thing is not at. Yeah, it's because this has to follow that angle. So that does make sense, I suppose. You could do with changing color a little bit. Maybe it's actually like a very slightly pink gray. Like it has a slight pinky tinge to it, doesn't it? Maybe. Yeah. Cool. We're like close to it. We might not be able to get like the exact same because like the texture will be different. But I think that is the color. What happens if we just delete that bit? Right now. You might do. What we're going to need to do is now individually angle each of these well, not individually, but by side, angle each of these that way a little tiny bit. No, not that way. Apparently that was the wrong one. It looks like, oh, do we actually need to do it individually? We do. Now, or we can just not bother with that bit. Just have it like near enough. It's near enough is good enough, right? Right. Right. It's not, is it? Near enough's not good enough. Do we need to make the whole thing out of triangles? It's a shame that the axis is all weird, but you know, of course it will be. Because they always are. I suppose this needs to like... Oh my god. We would need to like... Here I was thinking, oh, we'll just make a simple roof with the like roof pieces in the game. That would be easy. Using the standard roof pieces won't cause us any trouble at all. What a fool I was to think that. Because the game doesn't let you do things like that. Why would they have all the pieces in the standard collection that you need for building the shape that you want? How do other people deal with this? Do other people just go, yeah, that's fine, I'll just have a roof that looks a little bit silly? Is that what I should be doing? Should I just be allowing my roof to look a little bit silly and like not make any sense? Or should I be like changing the shape of the building that I'm building entirely so that... Okay, what if instead of building it like this, we built like a bunch of like just like this, then put rugged, just put some like thing in the middle. Which isn't lined up at all in the middle. But, you know, imagine it was lined up in the middle. Is it because I'm trying to make a roof that's not like the exact size the game wants the roofs to be? Actually, a straight roof like that. Maybe there's a roof like this is common elsewhere in the world too. Bit of like a veranda out the front, clothesline out the back, and an old rocking chair. Sheep or two and a kangaroo. Let's copy all of this bit. I'll move all this bit over here. Seems like maybe it's too wide anyway, the roof that we're building here. The triangle thing. Terrible idea. Never really worked out. Anyway, but what if we just like, wait, what if we just do this? Make it like a little bit narrower. I reckon we could like line that up with it, couldn't we? If we just go into the whole building. Yeah. Move it a little bit on world axis. And it won't really have so much of an overhang at all, but just have like a real simple little roof sticking out. Only a tiny little bit. Yeah, I think this will work. We'll need to figure out what's going on when we get to there, but this might be a simpler solution. We need the roof ridge. Come on, that's... Still doesn't meet perfectly there, does it? What if we grab some of this thing? Here's something I prepared earlier to help deal with that. Maybe it will help here. Kinda does. So all the work I did there also wasn't wasted anyway. Because it ended up with us having this thing here that we could have it like step down or something. I think it just needs to be do we need to change to a different one, like a smaller one? Or is that the smallest one already? Square? I think that's already the smallest one. We would need to put it on its end. Which we can do. We probably shouldn't do the other rotate first. We should do this rotate and then the other rotate. Yeah, I pressed the tick. You saw it. I pressed that damn tick. The game just didn't like me pressing the tick. It said, no, you cannot press tick. Yes. Need to like change the angle of this a little bit to match that angle. That's not the one. It's the red one. I thought I did press the red one, but I guess I didn't. Good. Let's go in this way much. It's not like perfect. It's not perfect where it meets up at the top there. And the reason for that is that it flattens out slightly at the top in a way which we're not going to be able to replicate with this. We just want to cover up the tiny little gap which the game makes happen there. Or maybe it's just because that was not perfectly meeting. Just sort of something. Maybe we do want it to actually stick out a little bit here. Just be a little bit more prominent, a little like nodule, nodule on the end. A little nobulation. Get our knob out at the end here. Just need to like. That's not the one. Right. Well, maybe we could do it with like a cylinder. No, we won't be able to do it with one of those. Maybe like a pyramid or something. Not a pyramid, but like a prism. Prism could do it. What if we do a flat shape? I think I want to start again from that. If we grab this guy. There. Now we've covered up the little end there, which looks stupid. Something that doesn't look as stupid. Maybe still looks a little bit stupid, but... Oh, that... I see. That's a 7-piece, of course. I think we need that bit off as well. Let's hope this just works. Good, it does. So we don't really need any of that in there anymore. I'll just leave it there for now, because maybe we'll need one of the bits of it. When we're figuring out this in here, because something complicated might happen when these meet up. Gated thing. Oh, it's yawning already. Really? This corner bit doesn't like want to line up with it. I think that actually does line up. Yeah. It's because we got the extra bits at the bottom. So this side can actually keep on being normal. I said normal, not misplaced by a grid space. This can just be like that. We'll continue this guy over here. Oh, good. That just does line up. Doesn't line up with the other bits, but it lines up with itself. And I suppose this will have to be like one of these, right? That works. Awesome. Now we got a simple... Look, what if we don't have this thing on here? How bad does it look without it? Kind of bad. But like, I don't think this makes it look any better. I think it might make it look better if it were like just a square or something. So like, screw all the stuff that we did to make it just all fit. Just make it literally just a square. Or maybe a triangle or something else, but a simpler shape. Pyramid. Yeah, well, pyramid kind of fits that spot pretty well. What else do we have? These triangles. I think the pyramid's better than the triangle. Maybe do something smart. Probably not, but we could try. So it's not just that bit, but like, you know, to make the pyramid sides stretch out longer. Wait, we kind of need it to like meet up like that, don't we? If this is gonna work at all. It's not pressed at all yet. These bits are not super easy to work with. Please, please. Give me the blue one. No. Yes, thank you. Oh, nice. Let's get in there. That's cool. It's almost... Maybe that's better than how it was. Let me just like pull the pyramid out to line up with that, because that looks like a good angle. I'm not sure how easy it will be to line up the other side with it. Probably will require a little bit of finagling. Pyramid. It's not like it at all. Wait, that's wrong. That's all wrong. Is it just because the angles of the pyramid are different? So it's never going to quite line up? Or is it going to be possible? I want to believe. I could be so wrong. Oh, that's how. Yeah, because the angles on the pyramid are different to the angles on the triangle. Yeah, what if no pyramid, just triangle? I think just triangle better than pyramid. It'll be easier to. Can we? What if we put this on world axis? Will be. Yeah, it's way easier just to move it around. I think this is kind of like what we wanted from the start. Don't know exactly what we could do for this. It might be possible to just like angle snap and get something into the right position that way. Maybe with like the 15-degree angle snap, something will work out. Is that what? No, we can't angle snap it. We gotta do it manually. Like, fine, do the whole thing manually. Like, it makes sense we can't angle snap because the angles aren't the same. Well, they're not. The angles aren't not the same. They are the same, but they're not. It's not rotationally symmetric. It's like mirror symmetric. It's a different kind of symmetry. Can't mix your symmetries, can you? Gotta. Huh. That's actually almost better like that. I think we want them like this, not like that. So I'll change the other one too. Again. It's fine. It's fine to spend infinite time doing one thing. Because there is an infinite supply of time. Citation needed. There may not be an infinite supply of time. I guess whether there is or isn't depends on how you define time. But if you define it the entropic way, then there's not an infinite supply. If we do it like this, maybe we can like just rotate. I think we can. It's looking good. then it's not. Okay, I guess we couldn't just rotate. We got it mostly in position just by rotating. It's almost rotationally symmetric now. It's definitely not time symmetric. Well, I hope it's not, because if it's time symmetric, that would mean that what? It's all about to be destroyed? No. That would mean that if we apply the same methods again in reverse, then it happens exactly the same. Which I guess it's not. It's just the game requires different methods. Well, I don't know. Because really what we're doing is adjusting bits, which means we're changing, I suppose, electric signals somewhere within the computer. We're changing the, like we're switching on and off switches in a transistor, which may well be a time symmetric operation. I don't know enough about quantum mechanics to tell you. I know just enough about quantum mechanics to know that I know nothing about quantum mechanics. I don't remember all the, like, the equations and things, the useful ones. Oh man, the angle is not right there. Maybe we'd have to, like, do something weird. I don't know what we could possibly do. I don't think, like, necessarily the pieces that we want exist. Like the triangles of the right kind, since the game only offers a certain kind of triangle. These triangle pyramids, which are made of equilateral triangles. Okay, what if, like, man, I'm gonna spend the entire stream, the rest of the stream, making this one corner of these roofs look right. And I'm okay with that. I hope you are. You may not be as okay with that as I am. I'm the one playing the game, so you know. Deal with it. Sunglasses fall onto my face. There's going to be like some angle at which we can get these to make this work, right? We just got to like fiddle around until we find it. How about that? From any like reasonable distance, that looks fine. It looks better than what we had here anyway. If at some future point I get really masochistic and I want to come here and fiddle with it some more, then I will do so. But until then, I'm gonna call it done. Let's make sure we get all the triangles selected. ensure that it's in the right position by doing it this way. The easiest way to get it in the right position. There you go. If you didn't just watch me spend like 10 hours doing that, then you would have thought, man, that's just the way it comes in the game. Joined with a very slight little bit of seaming there. For such a simple looking building. Oh, this is taking a little bit of work. Now we gotta do something about like the outsides of these windows. They look fine here because they're like inset. I really don't like these like crazy colorful frames that they've got going on. So what can we do about that? Can we use our favorite little trim pieces? The well, we can't use this guy, can we? Because he only comes in that length. We have to search or filter by non-grid props. Yeah, I guess we could use these little guys, right? Like try to make some kind of thing around it. Oh, this is the one I was thinking of, our favorite one that we can't use. But these guys come in like 1 meter. They're not really what I want though. Classic wood bits. What else have we got? Maybe some like timber. Or just breeze blocks. Man, where were these little guys when I was looking for something like this? These guys are quite good. And these could have actually been better in these slots in here than the columns. They'd probably end up being about the same look actually. I don't think we want the frames to also be breeze block. Just can be painted any color. It comes in many shapes and sizes. Metal beam bits and junctions. Want something with like a plainer texture on it. Maybe we'll go for those African ones. These guys. The African timbers. So maybe we'll do like a big one. Yeah. Maybe these guys actually. Don't quite come in as many shapes and sizes, but I think that's okay. Something we can deal with. Oh. Like the end piece is completely different size to all the other ones. I don't know if that's something that we can deal with actually. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Let's have a look at this guy. Like sizes, shapes we can get in. Not sizes and shapes. The other thing, colors. So I like that color. If we can get a similar kind of like color in this, I think that will look better. We like something kind of like that. I mean, it doesn't need to be exactly the same at all, so we're not going to use those ones. Oh, is this part of the roof? Oops. Let's add it to this group instead. Construction. What is this? This is the painted East Asian wood, right? East Asian. Yeah, that's the one. What if we incorporate? What if we incorporate that bit? No, incorporate the bit in the between, the in the between bit, somehow into the whole structure, the whole like window box thing. So we have like, you know, some like wooden slats in there or something like that to make it look kind of cool. Maybe. Oh, look terrible. Who knows? We'll have to do it and find out. It should be like that, maybe. Maybe like that. And then that. I don't know how much of like I think we can keep the colored frame inside this frame. And we'll just have like put on each of the scenes in there. Something like that. Actually looks real Asian. Real East Asian. Real Japanese really, isn't it? That kind of style. I like it. I don't know how good it looks with what else we've got going on here. Can we select that bit? We can. Oof. It's good because it covers up all the bad looking bits and just makes everything work. Yeah, I'm not sure about like bit continuing below. Oh, actually, maybe I am sure about it. Well, I'm not, but you know, maybe I like it. But I only like it if I do it right. I have to do like this to make sure I get the gaps right between them. I want to replace this with like the small one. Like that. But I can't. So we do it like this. Then we delete that. And that. And of course I should have been smart and done all this bit as well before copying it over to every window. You kind of have to look at it on every window to know whether you like it or not, right? Maybe I do. Maybe you don't. Maybe when you do it, you're like, you've got like this perfect eye and you just say, ah, I like it, it's good. It's got to be a slightly different gap between them here. So without lining up, it's pointless anyway. Just kind of eyeballing it. That's fine. Okay, so now we'll like just copy that over in all these other spots. Do I like it though, before I copy it over? Yeah, I think that does make it work better. And we do it again. We only have to do this. So, not that big a deal. Considering how long I spent on that like little corner of that room, I think we can deal with spending like a minute doing this. Oh wait, it's not up to the do-do-do-do-do bit. There we go, it's the do-do-do-do-do bit. I reckon we probably want some more of this wood at the front as well. Like tie the building together a bit better. Still like that. So we've got like plenty of wiggle room on the edges. What's that called? Anyone who says edges is clearly wrong. Say edges. Wait, let's not copy it over until we do the whole thing. Suppose we get some like breeze block in there, or do we get more wood? What would just more wood look like? Maybe even like too short. Just what she always says to me. That's kind of cool, right? Just a little bit of something interesting in there. Can we The easiest way, I think, would just be to manually select each wood piece. Which says something about the multi-select abilities in the game, doesn't it? That the easiest way is just to click on each piece. Maybe if we'd made these window bits like part of a separate building, then it would have been easier to select them another way. I'm just gonna like... then back here, just so that I have like a copy of it sitting out somewhere else. Okay. Oh, that's it. Yeah, that looks nice. Turns out we didn't need that bit. We'll put some like a bunch of plants in there. Mulch of gardening. Probably put some mulch in. European fence planter mulch patch. That's a really small mulch patch. I like it. That's not the one we want. It's not the mulch patch that we need right now. Should I add this to a building? Maybe. Construction. Maybe we can even like have... we need some more big blocks of timber. No wait, we need like a wall or something, don't we? We need... we're on non-grid props. That's why I can't find a grid one. Group 19. So many groups. Sure, just put that down there. And then exit, grab this, add to group. Exit, grab this, add to group. Go. So what if we have like... we don't really need a little curve there, do we? But we probably need a little curve here. Nope. Oh, of course. To use X to place this one, I think. I probably want to make it out of breeze block bits. Maybe have some like posts made out of this stuff. Wooden posts for like a fence, or like picket fence kind of deal. Now let's chuck that in then, and then we'll... Whoa, why? Oh. What? Okay, there we go. Release and property non-grid. Let's go to all non-grid breeze bits, because I think we just want like... we just get walls like this. Maybe it should line up with the edge of the building. Yeah, I think it looks better if it does. Just put like a nice curve all the way along here. That bit there, I'll cover up with some like dirt or something. So it just looks like this bit of, you know, there's been a spillage on the side of the road. That doesn't work, does it? I'll have the curve go to there and then figure out how. Maybe it won't even go that far. Maybe we'll just go to like there, and then it becomes kind of like an untamed. I think just like a little dumping area. I'd like garden here, like probably this garden doesn't need to be that big. Like that big, it's as big as it needs to be. We'll leave the egg piece for a peeler. Whoa! Real jacket. Going crazy, going up and down. Like mad. I was gonna have it like down, but I think up is good. Oh, maybe like to base it through corner would be better. It's the same, isn't it? It's identical. Okay. I think it's good though. We want to have this like in the middle of there. East is. What? These ones? No. This. Oh yeah, that's what we want. Red is right. Green after that. And we just want this to be centered in there. We have like this, and then some like sticking up ones like this guy, like that though. I think I'm gonna put it so there's like one just like perfectly next to each other, and then I'll delete every second one so there's gaps, but then all the gaps will be the same size, or roughly the same size. I mean, it's just a wooden fence around a garden, right? It doesn't need to be perfect. And I know it doesn't need to be perfect to start. Not something that I say often in this game. Well, I often say it, but what I say and what I do don't always relate that well. Like I'll say, oh, it doesn't need to be perfect, and then I'll spend... I'm trying to like deselect this stuff, and sometimes I accidentally select the road underneath it. Yeah, like I say it doesn't need to be perfect, and I spend an hour making it perfect. How will that go? Kinda alright. That needs to be there though. These guys back that way a bit. That's fine if that's like that. So every second one works out like that. That was a bit weird actually. Maybe start there and also there, and then realize that everything is wrong. then fix it in post. There are like 2 in the middle, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So if we draw it like that, it just works. Then we actually that's fine, like that. I like it with the bigger gap in the middle. Then we'll stick a bunch of mulch in. Turns out we probably want bigger bits of mulch than this, don't we? Let's go to nurture. Mulch. What's the biggest mulch? 4x4, that must be it. Of course, they don't like quite fill the area. We probably want like another layer of breeze brocks over there. That's what they're called. They're called breeze brocks. I didn't just misspeak. I said their correct scientific name, the breeze brock. Just standard pleb we'll call them breeze block, but clearly that L should be an R for reasons that obviously, because you're an intelligent person listening to this, I don't need to tell you why that's the case. We don't need to stoop to bother explaining ourselves like that. Us very, very intelligent people who know how to say breeze brock correctly. Right. I don't think anyone suspects a thing. Pretty sure I nailed it. No one knows that I mispronounced breeze block. The only way they could possibly know would be if they could hear me thinking aloud. Okay, so we do still need a little bit in the middle anyway. Why? Nope, just, yeah. So like a 2x4? A 2x4. That's in like, okay, it's not clipping through into there. I suppose we should just get rid of this bit here and replace it with some of this. Just like that. Oh. We got an extra little bit accidentally, I mean on purpose. I intended to do that, definitely. No, not an accident. There are no accidents. It's what someone said one time. Maybe. That person was wrong. There are accidents. But you know, it sounds kind of cool to say there's no such thing as accidents. I don't believe in coincidence. I only believe that everything happens because of some like giant conspiracy. I mean, there are people who don't believe in coincidences, right? That often they are suffering from some kind of mental illness and quite delusional. But you know, those people do exist, and we shouldn't discount their existence just because it's not the normative way of being. Oh, I selected the thing underneath as well. That actually works out kind of well. I didn't mean to do that, but... I mean, I did mean to do that, of course. Why would something work if I didn't mean to do it? So I must have meant to do it. Perfect. Nobody knows. Once again, no one knows that I didn't mean to do the thing. Or that I was being a dum-dum. My dum-dumness is hidden from the world. Need some of this junk over here. Guess I'll just put it up there. Actually, I should probably... I'll get this bit done first, and then we'll figure that bit out. Let's make breeze blocks. There's like a thinner piece. My good old friend, the column piece. It's always worked for me in the past. Once again, the column piece comes in clutch. I guess we have to put this like one tiny pixel in the red direction as well. This goes like this. Let's grab a whole bunch of this here. There's probably only like this much of it that we need, maybe slightly less, so I'll grab that much. Oh no, slightly more. Oh, of course, because we made this slightly, everything is slight in the way I'm building. So, all slightly something. And we made it slightly longer than the building inside is, which you can't actually see anymore. Probably for the best that you can't see the inside. Looks like stick one of these in here. Kind of works. Oh, that soil looks a little bit dumb right now, but it'll look fine once there's plants on top of it. Like, obviously all those seams will be visible. Oh, I didn't need to copy like that, did I? That's why I left this bit over here. Let's push it further over this way, because I didn't realize it was going to need to be quite that far. I have 194 objects just in this garden bed. This like little garden, which maybe doesn't even need to exist, but it does. It does exist. Come on. There we go. I might do it like, I'll use this guy to decide how far out to go. Maybe I'll just... I don't know. We'll just have it like this, actually. That would go to the end of there, and then we'll fiddle around with this stuff to make it work. So we want to change this to like a shorter one. So one of these. Maybe. Yeah. We know it's not that one, is it? Now why is this like out of position? I just wasn't precise enough with it or something. Very slightly out of alignment. It's probably because it's not a full right angle on the other side. Now it's lined up properly with that. Probably do it like that, so it's like half the size of the other ones. That should be easier to work with than any other way of doing it. And if we, oh, in fact, that's perfect, because yeah, these things are already half the size. Nice. So I only really need to replace this guy with one of these that are half the size of the ones that are in the other spots, and bish bosh. Oh, we need angle snap back on for that. Actually, that way. Looks right. That one's not like perfectly straight, but whatever. It's like a fence around a garden in the staff area. Staff can deal with things being not completely perfect. We'll do that. Get another one of these in. Looks right. Oh, you know what? We can just get rid of that, can't we? Kind of works out great. Nice. Very nice. I don't know what we do there. Maybe we just like fill in more road, or like more. Probably it's like dirt. We'll have like just like dirty dirt here. It's like non-manicured garden. I don't know. Probably makes sense for us to go all the way out, actually. Yeah, it does make sense for it to go all the way to the end. Just have to figure out a way to make it work out. And probably, in fact, a lot of this will be deleted because, not that bit, but like, it makes sense for this to like stick out into here Maybe we need this to be like there. There-ish. We just put that as slightly different. Just like, not even that different. More like, just that different. So it's just not Z fighting. Even less than that. Yeah, just to stop it Z fighting. We'll turn this into... Well, we won't turn it into anything, but we'll put a little one of these in. Okay, that's a problem. Unless we just like also put that as like a pixel out of alignment. Does it really matter if like this little corner of the car park looks a little bit weird? Say no. Like, you don't even notice when you look at that fence that it's in any way not how it's meant to be. Yeah, it does make sense for this to come all the way out here. Just gonna connect these guys up. Like, this actually just works. Almost. I don't know if it will work. If I delete this, we'll find out that this log is going to stick out from one end or the other, isn't it? Yeah. Just. Yeah, no matter which end, it sticks out slightly. Alright, that worked. And so just like do something like that. Yeah, we should have I should have left this thing here to base what we put here off of it, but that's fine. We don't have to. This guy pixel off. There's that finding tiny seam in the center, which not even noticeable. Nice. I don't know if I'll make all my staff buildings in this style or not. Maybe they should all just be the same style like this. Wasn't there like a thin one that we used somewhere? Yeah, yeah. Is that thin enough or thick enough for that? Surely it's no thicker than these. I'm gonna take one of these guys. Nice. Alright, we'll put some plants in there. Kinda nice. Kinda nice for a staff. For like a very functional staff building. Maybe I'll make this other one less nice and more functional. I thought I would like do this whole area today because I'm like, oh man, staff area, that's gonna be easy. It's gonna be like bish, bish, bish. We'll build it all on the grid. It'll be fine. When will I ever learn that things are not as easy as I think they'll be? Probably I will never learn that. Or maybe I will. Maybe one day. Maybe after, like, I don't know, another 100 hours of this game. I'll have figured that out finally. I like it. It's like simple. It looks simple and like fairly cheap to make, right? It's just like one kind of wood, these like breeze blocks, tin roof, all like straight lines and stuff, and yeah, it still looks kind of nice. Which everything in our zoo is meant to look at least a little bit nice, right? Except for the car park, I guess that's meant to look gross because car park does, right? Ugh. So, just mulch. Actually, it's kind of alright. It looks almost like, like it would be good for like a playground. You know, you get like mulch on playgrounds. So when, I don't know how common that is everywhere in the world, but like quite a few playgrounds that I remember from my childhood at least where there was mulch. I think we also like, I could put some rocks in this garden. Make it like, ooh, these are good. And very colorful. Very nice. These are, all these ones with little Africa symbol on them are part of, like, the mod I downloaded. I guess these ones with these weird symbols are part of the other mod. Whoa. It's very round rock. I mean, some of them don't look amazing, but then some of the in-game, like, default stuff doesn't look that amazing anyway. These are kind of cool. Man, these would be good for, like, a rock garden, wouldn't they? Copy a rock. You do, like... thinking about stuff I can do with all these. Just have like some rocks in a like weird pattern like that, and then plants. Get some bracken, of course, our favorite. No, not bracken. Anything but bracken. We're gonna do a stream with no bracken placement at all in it. It's one stream, and then every other stream will have more bracken in it. I promise. We will definitely be coming back to the bracken, just not today. I'm still brackened out from last week. Oh. What if, like, we move this stuff to be, like, more central? Oop. Like, in the middle here. bad boys down, just like all around it. We need random rotations as well. I don't know exactly what this stuff is, but it's great. If that even stick through, probably not. What's this? So arrowwood bush. Arrowwood bush. Gotta at least make sure we cover the bits where there are seams. It's kind of cool. It's like a real low cover bit. Maybe we can like pull it up now. This one. No poking through. It does look a little bit Japanese, doesn't it? Maybe we could get some like little Japanese garden style trees. I mean, Japanese gardens are great, and I think that's a well recognized fact, which is why you get Japanese style gardens all over the world, not just in Japan. It's like incorporating the rocks into the garden. That's part of what makes, what makes it look so Japanese, I guess. But also, like, there are a lot of like, I know there are a lot of other Japanese aspects to it. But there are a lot of other things to a Japanese garden, not necessarily Japanese things. But I'm sure many of these kind of ideas and things are used in other kinds of gardens as well. But like a traditional Western garden, right, is always very manicured and like straight lines and like topiaries and things like that. Imposing order upon nature, whereas the Japanese garden is more about mimicking the disorder of nature in a man-made environment. At least that's the SparkNotes version of it. Which being not really an expert in any of it, in any of anything really. That's all I could really say about it with any confidence. I could say that about most subjects with some confidence, actually, that I'm not an expert in this subject. I can confidently state my lack of confidence. Got some like clipping here. Oh, look, we haven't actually finished fixing up this little edge either. We'll just get one of these little things where I have one here. Jam that. And that in over here. Get rid of that bit. Like, put that out a little bit that way. This out a little bit there. It's like, yeah, that works. We'll put a few little trees in there. Maybe we'll copy over our little rock sculpture thing over here too. A different angle with different bushes will it look different enough. It's kind of the same, isn't it? Before we replace some of the rocks. Definitely if we like change this one, right? Because this is the big one. Reorient it. Or like put it over. Like over here. And even after doing that, it still looks kind of like it's the same kind of thing, doesn't it? Repeated. We'll try to make it look more randomly scattered around on this one. So over there, it's not all random, is it? We definitely need more bits to cover up some of this stuff, don't we? The problem is this bush is so bushy. It really sticks out the sides a lot. That actually, that's alright. It's sticking out a little bit there. Like maybe we want it to stick out a bunch, like this edge here. Not just a little, but a whole lot. We'll put like a bunch of dirt decals over there too. Seams. There's a seam. I was saying seams as in S-E-A-M, not seams as in it seems like, so you know what I mean. Put some more of these dirt decals in here like later when I come back to like finish the car park. Oh, yeah, it will look cool. Is there any kind of like Japanese tree? It's only the Japanese maple. Let's just look at trees. Pipe tree. Each tree. Maybe we'll like look for cheaper trees because the cheaper they are, the smaller they'll be. Oh, that's a cute little tree. Man, oh, sapling. How many saplings are there? Not that many. That's a nice Australian one, eh? Coast gum. Yeah, that's Australian. Gum. It looks Australian. I like this guy. I'd love if there were more variations of it. But, you know. This we need to like push it further up into the ground or like pull it further up out of the ground to like heights. Yeah, that looks alright. Probably just do some kind of like mid-sized bush of some kind. Yeah. Something kind of like this, but like less, a little bit less like crazy. Maybe just, no, it's just a little bit too much. Maybe something similar. Maybe this bamboo instead. That's the cheapest version of it? No, this is cheaper. This is the cheapest version though. So like, it's a bit like orderly. I like how this one is more of a clump. Let's use these as like little bushes. Let's have like a clump of them over there. We want to keep the kind of minimalism of the garden, I think. So like, keep it quite open and low. In most places. Probably just a little bit of this around here. Just like real low, real sunk into the ground. That's another thing that I think it makes it look like Japanese garden, this one, is the fact that the like trees and like the foliage and stuff we do have are quite low to the ground, which is often the case in a Japanese garden. Well, I say Japanese garden. There's a lot of different kinds of Japanese garden, obviously. But I'm thinking specifically about the kind that looks like this. You know, the kinds that are kind of like are trying to mimic the landscape, and you'll have like a little thing that's meant to be like a hill and like small trees to represent a forest, so it's like a small version of like a scaled down version of an actual natural landscape. Now, that looks great. Adding the trees in always just like does wonders. Adding like a little garden in front of the building just makes it look so much better. And this time is no exception to that. That garden took hardly any time at all. Look how good it looks. It's funny how like for a long time, probably like the majority of the time that you're building something, it looks kind of crap. You know, it looks kind of like, what even is that? What's it meant to be? It's terrible. And then rather quickly, oh no, that's not what I want to do. Let's select this so I can move these, whatever this one here is that's like clipping through there. There we go. And then like all of a sudden, it will all start to just take shape and really just, you know, really look good very quickly. Like in surface decal moss, that's what that is. Moss. It's under props. Yep. And we want it to be the right color. Of dirt in under here, so it's like the dirt from the garden is seeping through. Seeping's probably not the word we want. Speaking of, yeah, for some reason that one was causing some like Z fighting issues. Isn't it like, is it set finding over here? Oh, it is. I didn't realize how badly this guy Z fought. We can probably just like move some of them like a pixel or two up or down to combat that. As long as they're not on exactly the same Z level, they won't Z fight. That's why it's called Z fighting. I mean, it also applies to other axes, but generally the axis that like is going in the camera, I think it's usually called the Z axis. For some reason we can't like select this one in here at all. It's not allowed. It's probably because like the floor was getting in the way, right? Oh, jeez. Well, camera decided to go crazy on us there. So buddy seems alright now. It's weird how like the shininess like looks weird on this stuff. Or rather the complete lack of consistency between like the shininess on this stuff and the shininess on the ground around it. It's a bit wacky. So come on, what is that? What have we got here? Got some like real trollerific kind of thing going on there. A tiny little seam. It's not going to be a tiny little seam. Well, there is still a tiny little seam, but it's filled with the right stuff, so it looks okay. Except for here, where it doesn't look okay. That can just go under that, because it will be lower than any of the mulch and stuff. It won't be visible down there. Looks very plain along this side. But it looks nice from this view. So just in case, like, I guess the guests up here will be able to see that side of it. So it's good that that looks good. We'll probably have, like, some trees here, but, like, they'll go lower around that area, and then, like, more bushy around here to cover up, like, the ugly car park. I guess we continue with these kinds of trees up to the fence, and then like on the other side of the fence have the natural trees of the biome, like these guys. Actually, some of these trees are the natural trees of our biome too. So we're in like grassland biome. Grassland trees, which is great. It means that like transition will be easy to handle. that? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, so now you can't see the ugly car park at all, but you will be able to see the nice side of this building, the little garden. So the bits of the backstage that you can see are the nice bits. Don't know what we're gonna do with this. Like, this can obviously be changed. This bit here, I think I'll keep like it is, because we've already shaped all the rocks around it. This bit, let's kind of figure out how it's gonna be. It'll start like this, as it is. In fact, there's already... Is that alright? Oh, yeah, there we go. Get it on the ground. We don't necessarily need this to like angle snap. While we don't have a path there, let's fix this. Smooth that out. And then we'll path it up. Can we like widen that bit a bit? So yeah, I want them to like be a bit wider where they meet here. Maybe we'll even continue the asphalt there. I wonder if we continue the asphalt all the way along here. We'd have to make this like straight again instead. Just so how it is, but we could have like so they can like drive their little cars through there. They're kind of like, it makes sense for it to end here, the asphalt. We'll just like put a little curb in there or something. Let's do that. Let's find give it a little wall bit or something like that. Column. These blocks, no. Not enough of the breeze blocks. Little concrete curb, which will be a little bit rounded, right? Which makes sense because it's easier to drive up if they do need to drive a car off this way, like, you know, if they're like pushing a cart or something. That bit can go as far into the rocks as it needs to, and we'll just line up this end. We don't want random rotation on right now. Wait, what? I definitely clicked that tick. Well, I guess I clicked it too fast, or moved on to the next thing too fast. There we go, a little curb. Kind of makes me want the path to be like wider there. We'll see what we can do about that. Should be like 8th width here, right? Shortest length we can get. Where's... Can we just chill on that one? It really just wants me to use that one, doesn't it? It's very anti this path. It's like... So like a tiny... I think there's a tiny... there was a tiny little nub of path there, that's why. Okay, why is that all of a sudden like that? Oh, good. It's not now. Then we made this like a bit wider here, didn't we? We need 5. 6 seems to like, oh no, it looks weird either way. Alright, that's good. We'll just move some of these rocks around a bit. Maybe with the advanced move. Oh, and no angle snap. This guy we're probably going to push back a little bit too. Oh yeah. This guy definitely wrong. Probably fit another one of those in like, yeah, oh yeah. I'm not going to put random rotation on for this because I kind of want to be choosing the rotations for these rocks. It's a little bit important. You can use all like the different sides of this one because it has a lot of like fairly flat sides. How to use each of them. Maybe I shouldn't be using each of them like right next to each other, but yeah. Some of here will probably not be full rock. We'll have to put some of the B word in there. I'm gonna say, because I don't want it to turn into another one of those streams. But just saying that word for the entire stream. There'll be plenty of those in the future, I'm sure. That's another one we can use. This guy. Yeah, see, this guy doesn't have a straightened edge on it, but let's see what we can do. This guy. Have one of these in here, maybe. Oh no, that's not a really small one, but this one's actually quite good for the edges. It starts sticking just a little like tip of it out. Phrasing. Temperate Rock 15. What a name. That's the name of this rock. Hello, I am Temperate Rock 15. I mean, rocks don't usually talk, so... usually, that is. Maybe sometimes they do. In my experience, I don't think I've ever come across a talking rock outside of TV. Maybe other forms of media. It also depends what you define a rock as. Because is like a fictional thing which looks like a rock but which talks. Is that actually a rock? I feel like we can probably move these ones in this way a little bit, yeah. Wait, what happened to my curve? It's like underground now. How is that possible? The game has like decided to raise the ground level. Yeah, it is stuck underground. Okay. Well, we've got these non-grid bits over here, right? We could copy over and try to figure this out with. Gonna have to have it go up a little bit of a slope. Nope. That's not enough of a slope either. This thing is not working properly. Okay, there we go. More of a slope. If we start sloping it earlier, maybe it will work out better. It's kind of messes with our thing as well. Our gate. Needs more slope. If you're not like looking at the circle the right way, then it really doesn't like you when you try to like rotate it. Sometimes it's just a bit of a not cool thing. It needs to go up a little bit too. Not that much, I guess. But it can all go down slightly. Oh, feel like lag spike. Thanks, game. That's the old curve. Let's move the curve up so we know what we're working towards. Well, this will need to go up a little bit, I guess, in order to be over the top of that. Starts again. Just like make the angle a little bit steeper. The way it rotates is so wacky. You know what, actually, this would be a lot easier if I just do one side of it at a time, because then the axes won't be like biting me so much. I didn't mean to copy it, I just meant to move it. And then when I do copy it, you know, it'll go along the right axis instead of me having to line it up manually, which is always a bit of a pain. And then this whole thing I can try and just get at the right angle. It's weird, it's like the game's decided to, yeah, it's just decided to make this bit a hill, which it wasn't before. I suppose I should do it on this side, because this side is more hill, for whatever reason. That seems like that'll work. That's not too much of an angle, is it? That's not the right. That's not the right arrow. I get it almost back to the right spot with it. There we go. So put that there. Copy it over the red arrow. It's got a little curve. Should line up fine. These fancy boy. This is a fancy boy here. Maybe we just like kind of cheap these to make it look like this is the bottom of it. Kind of works. Just need to line it up perfectly. I feel like I need like 2 to make it thicker. Yeah, it's better thicker. I'll just select this guy. Okay, inside the fence. Yeah, there we go. Now we need this guy at the right angle, which is not a right angle. Right? I guess it's a right angle to something, but it's very slightly off. Now it's right. We have it sticking out a little bit on the side now. Not that much, it's alright. Arrow. I mean, no arrow, tick. The arrow is the opposite of what we wanted to be pushing there. Not the opposite, because a tick does look like an arrow, but you know, we didn't want to pick the thing. There. Now, it actually makes it look like it's kind of straight there and not a hill, not like the slight hill which it is. If you do get down here, you can see it's a hill. That's what we want. We wanted to look like it just will work. And I think it now does. Oh. This guy here though, this rock, probably needs to go in this way a bit. It's like a tiny bit of rock, like terrain visible under the rock there. I feel like I want this hill to be just all rock. Not this hill. Well, I guess it is a hill. it is still a hill, even if it's all made of rock. It's a rock hill. A rocky hill. But it's a cliff. I kind of like feel like I would call it a cliff, but maybe not. It's not that steep. It's pretty steep. You wouldn't want to fall down it, but it's not like necessarily steep enough to be a class as a cliff. I don't know if there's actually any official designation of like what's a cliff and what's not. There probably isn't. So how's this all looking? You gotta get some decorations up here too. Or like chuck some like trees and pot plants around the place. And some what's it? Some of some bins and some chairs. This guy. Just like chuck some chairs. Chuck some chairs, not chuck chum chairs or chuck some chairs or anything else similar to that. Okay, chuck some chairs in place. Some benches. Probably doesn't really make sense to have a bench there, because like that's where people are gonna run up to like have a look at the tigers. But I'd kind of rather have the chairs be oriented this way. So I'm going to change their orientation. So it is that way. You can't do that with people. Doesn't work. But with chairs, you can. I mean, it depends, I suppose, on what you mean by words. Like everything does. Depends what you mean by words. We can't actually select these to like do a bunch at once. Yeah, that's alright. We'll like get some bins. It'd be great if you could select them all and just like I could just have those guys, like that group of things, and like put it over there on the other one the same. But you can't. So I won't. True story. Could maybe get some of this stuff. Like, how much? No, the bushes are not part of the thing. Building. I think we're going to like make these anew, but out of like similar pieces. Way out of like some of these guys. Should put it on the floors. Makes sense. I can snap on. This might be too wide, this one though. I probably want to make it out of those little panels. Like, this is going to be way too big if I make it out of these guys. Yeah, that's huge. maybe like maybe one or two of these things would work somewhere around here, like just for a big tree. But I don't know if we want such a big thing here. Down here it could be good. Like a spot like this would be great for a tree in a pot. Right in there. Like lined up with this. And with like the other side as well. Here. Tree in a pot. So like reasonably lined up. It does kind of like cover up some of like what we've got here though. What if it's even like pushed in a bit more like this? We can get like a tree that like goes out this way and not that way. Provide a little bit of shade there. I'll put it in. But we'll find out. Find out later whether I'll actually do something with it. Maybe I'll decide it's a bad idea and not put anything there. I think we're just going to need to go into Indian pieces. Indian. We need some of these guys. Oh, they are all in my favorites still. Is this just the right color? Nice, it is. How is it the right color? Oh, because the last thing we moved was that thing, which was the right color. I guess. Must be, because that's definitely like the exact color that I want it to be. That's not going to stick through the floor, is it? No, the floor is very thick, so we don't have any worry about things sticking through it. Let's just... This part of the viewing gallery base, fine. I don't think it super matters which building it's a part of. Maybe it'll look good if it's like that. Yeah, that looks good. Maybe whoop, whoop, whoop. Nice. That seems like it almost has gone in the right spot on one of the axes already somehow. It's a miracle. That looks like a nice little planter. Not too big. I guess we kind of probably want it in the tiger viewing floors thing. Makes more sense in there. Oh, we've got plenty of space for it to go down in there. Let's put it like all the way down like that. Keep it nice and low. Is that too low? It's okay. Yeah, maybe it's a little too low. Like that. Oh yeah, I kind of want it to be at the ends of this. Maybe at this end of this. For starters, we'll do one like that. In fact, let's split it from the group. And we'll call this group like a new pots. Doesn't really matter what you call it, right? Just call it anything. Luchi. I don't think any of these is going to be the right size, so we'll just grab something like this. Whip them over each other. It's good, it's not sticking through anywhere. Wait. These things have somehow not been added to that group. Annoying. I guess because I went out of the group to name it, so I wasn't in the group anymore. Then, well, I wasn't editing the group anymore. Okay, now we can edit the group some more. I just don't want it to go quite so high, but that's alright. Hold access. You know what? That's I kind of put it in just the right spot, haven't I? Ish. What nature do we want in it? Okay, we are editing the right thing. Indian. Palm. We want like some kind of palm trees, right? Because that's what we used over here. What's this one? Who knows? We're not allowed to like select it. Crowberry bush. Crowberry. Crowberry. This whole time I'd be calling it cowberry. It's called crowberry. Yes, you read it wrong once and you read it wrong forever until you read it again right somehow. So that's not true at all. We want like a small palm tree. But I don't think any of these come in small sizes. That's like the smallest we're gonna get. I guess that's fine. Put a little palm tree in there and some. We'll lower it down as much as we possibly can without it like ripping through the floor. Jesus. Wait, please. And we got quite a lot of leeway to lower it down. How's that? That's nice and low. Don't need to be on that thing. But what's it? Angle snap. What's this? Oh, Secrupia. Secrupia. Oh, okay, it does have some leaves. I'm like, what? It's got no leaves. It's one of these like crazy trees. I guess it probably would grow leaves there. It's like some giraffe has eaten them all off. Damn giraffes. Very kind of works. How's that look? Like as long as it's not poking through the sides of the thing, it's just like coming out over the tops. then it's alright. It's poking through a little bit over there now, but it's fine if it pokes through a tiny bit, right? Right? Are you gonna say yes? Are you gonna say yes? That's fine. How does it look like having like a little like, furniture and stuff? It looks more complete. But still, definitely, we need more junk up here. Maybe we could have more bizarre stuff up here. Maybe I don't know. Could work. Maybe just some big shade sails or something. There aren't any good big shade sails, are there? Oh, not in trees. Maybe just shade or something. I don't know. Reset filters. Go to all, shade. Yeah, these guys, they're tiny. They're all so tiny. Sail. Fabric. It is these things which we used to make the bazaar out of. All these tiny little bits of fabric. So some of the biggest bits of fabric are these rugs. Which, you know what? We could use some of these guys for some as shade sails. Or it's like little like, yeah, kind of works. Wait, why is there no people up here at all? Does no one want to see the tigers? I guess they could see them from down below. They don't need to come up here. Let's play like fast forward until someone comes up here. Oh, there's some people up over there. Someone's up here now. We'll use those people to like measure the height that this needs to be at. That's plenty high. Yeah, that one doesn't really work. This one could work. It's a little bit wider, maybe. No, I think it's the same size as that one. Make it a little bit like less bright. I don't know. Still very shiny. I guess it's like maybe gold thread or something. Make it. Oh. Can we change the colors of this one? And make this one a bit browner or something. Duplicate one of these and add it to this group. Right. I might actually want to hold this up with different kinds of posts because these ones like are not going to be wide enough, at least for this guy. They won't be. I'm gonna hold this one up with then. Maybe we'll stick this one here. See what else might work. No, that's probably going to be too low. No, no, man, the floor is like really thick. Oh, no, it is too low. Scrap that. Let's look under wooden posts and columns and all that kind of thing. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. We don't want African wood things, do we? We're just looking at all. Let's go to columns. See what kind of things we got to work with. This guy. Let's try to match that wood color. It's like a reddish color. We're nowhere near it. Closer now. So I'm like not liking this at all, the textures on this guy. Maybe we can get something different. This guy's recolorable. We might be able to get this guy the right color. I think we got a little bit too red. Yeah, maybe not. Actually, that looks just about right. We just use some like posts like this to hold up the things. How tall is this? 2 meters. Okay, the things don't need to be more than 2 meters tall. People aren't. Well, occasionally somebody will be more than 2 meters tall, but I don't think we need to build our zoo around the idea that there might be a person who's enormous and comes to visit. They do, I'm sure they are very used to stooping to get under things, since they would have to stoop to get under almost anything made for a normal sized person. We have put something on the top to make it look like, you know, it's actually holding the things on. It's time. Oh shit, it's past 2. I gotta go very soon. I probably should go right now, but I'm gonna finish this first because I want to need brackets. Like this guy. We just need some tiny little piece that will do what we want. These are going to be small enough, are they? Maybe a little letter, like a little comma or something, or a full stop. Yeah. Maybe not in that crazy font one. Oh yeah, we got this extra font. Use these guys. Yeah, this font comes with one of the mods. Comes with its own font. Isn't that cool? I'm gonna try to get some more mods to add more cool stuff to the game. I imagine, like, I'm pretty sure the latest update to the game was fairly recent, so probably everything will be updated to work with it, you know, at some point. And honestly, a lot of these like mods surely would just work with it, right? Unless, like, you never know, sometimes they release updates that really break how mods work. I don't know much about modding in this game, so just be kind of guessing. There we go, we got some like little bits up there which, you know, we can scatter around. Wait, how is it? How has it managed to like sink itself into the ground so much? I hate how when you press duplicate, it doesn't duplicate the height of the thing. And it looks really weird from the side because the mats are like literally have no width. But I don't know, what can you do about that? Not much. Just live with it. I kind of feel like maybe these ones should be slightly lower. Didn't move them down very much today. I wish they had bothered to put a thickness to these things and not made them paper thin. It's just a bit silly, isn't it, that they're like that thin. There's no... They're literally 1 pixel thin. That's why they flash when you like try to look at them from the side like that. But that's alright. I'm having a bit of this stuff. And we'll try to like put some pot plants and things around the place. Like grab pots like this guy. No, maybe not. I like this one. This one. This one. Yeah, like these guys. I'll put little plants in them. We can get that tiny mulch. We'll use the tiny mulch. Tiny mulch. This one. Oh man, even the tiny mulch is too big for the pots. Alright, no mulch. Yeah, the other ones are all like at least 1 meter. Or 2 meters. It's huge. Well, I guess we just put some like plants sticking out of these. Ooh. That's a good log. Nice. Just want to find like a plant to put in there, and then promise myself I will go so that I can do the work I'm meant to do. We get like a small one of those. Can we like filter by price? No. We sort by price? Yes. So if we can find like the cheapest ones are usually the smallest ones, right? So if we can find like a nice cheap tree, it should be a little babby tree. Like, oh, I like these guys. They don't look very Indian, I guess, but good enough, right? Yeah, that one's a bit tall for that pot. Doesn't really look right, does it? That one works though. And then we just need like... Oh, this one's actually really good. Yeah, it's kind of almost just works. Almost did a Todd Howard. Not quite. Alright. So that just works. That works, right? We'll have our like little pot plants that we can put around the spot. Chuck one over here. You have to use X and then tick to place it, because otherwise it tries to make it part of the building which that roof is part of, instead of part of the building that I want it to be part of. Yeah, nice. If we like scatter some pot plants around the place, maybe different plants in them and like different stuff like that, we can clutter up this roof and make it look less like this big boring nothing. Make it look a bit nicer up here. Alright. Yeah, that place does look nice. I like it. Cool. Let's save. Okay. Saving you also. Please wait. Please wait. Continue waiting. Never stop waiting. Exit to main menu. And I gotta quickly eat some lunch before I have to go to a job. So thank you very much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed. I have. And I'll see you next time. We'll be back tomorrow, like usual. Goodbye. Pop, 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 pop. Imagine if that's how we waved. We're like pop, 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 pop. That'd be weird. See ya.